continue on with some more, Theatrhythm Final Bar line. I was about to say for some reason Final Fantasy, but it's like, no. Well, it is Final Fantasy, but it's not, So before we obviously continue in doing what we were doing before, we're going to go and check out what we unlocked from previous time that we streamed, because, all the character cards that we have unlock, all the character cards that we unlock, they raise the stats of certain characters. So obviously we have like 3 Maria cards, which raises every stat for her. So we've got like a normal, a rare, and a premium, and then I guess there's a secret. Each character. Well, that's card. So some of these will come in handy at some point, because it's like if we unlock them randomly, but like I'm not trying. We have a premium Kafka card, even though we haven't played 6 yet. But obviously this is going to boost our stats, seeing how... So there's Cloud 2, which I'm guessing Cloud 2 is going to be either for... it's probably for Crisis Core. Obviously these increase our... we have Kuja as well. I do like these cards, though. The cards do look nice. There's a lot of them. They can increase... every time you get one, they increase the stats of everything except for HP, so obviously that's good. Of course, this is a good way to... time and think, because there's a thing that we got for... every time we complete a Final Fantasy game, I believe we get a collection added thing. I think these are all random. All those. Wait, was it all those? No, there was more. Got some ones. Got Shiva. 2 Ramu ones. 2 for Alexander. Odin. I don't think we actually have an Odin yet. Knights of the Round. And different enemy cards, so Kagnal. So essentially the summon cards, they multiply the damage that Knights of the that stuff does. So obviously, getting more of these means that we do more damage. So obviously, I think this is like a 20% increase. And that explains how we are able to do more damage with some of the things, which we are going to return to doing that at some point. And enemy ones, it's how much damage experience we get. The more of these that we get, the more experience we get for beating them. Some of these are for bosses though as well, which is also things. There's actually not as many of these. Like I think we get like 1 for completing each boss. So obviously, it's interesting how they've done that. And the album ones, are just for certain moments and completing certain songs. I think that's maybe for completing the quest. I'm not actually sure. Some of these we haven't got yet, but we've already seen what these look like anyway. I'm just trying to get rid of them so that I can know which ones I've already seen. And of course, the other one that we haven't done yet is these memory ones are essentially the moments that happen in the games. Like we got a 1 for 5 where it's like certain moments. 13 images. I mean, artwork always is I always appreciate good artwork. Right, we have the theater, so we can have a couple of movies we can watch as well. So we have Final Fantasy 5, 7, 13, and that's it. So essentially, all of these things are like, hey, let's do like a quick rundown of the entire game. So it's like, I like these ones. I like watching these. These are nice to see. Especially for stuff we haven't played yet. I'm looking forward to playing these ones, like 1 through 6 again, once I get around to them, because, like, in terms of Final Fantasy games I actually want to play, I've still got 1 through 6 to do, even though I've played 6. I've still got to play 9, and then 16. So 11, not interested, 12, not interested, 13, series, no, 14, no, Mo, 15, no, and then 16 is something that I'm thinking, but it's like, in terms of, like, I wanted to play I want to be able to play the first 10, because that's where I think I'll enjoy those the most. Which, since I missed out on, like, a lot of the... Everything pre-6 I pretty much missed out on, because I didn't have the consoles for those. And I had a PlayStation, so that was something at least. Okay, so... I also don't know if I'm going to get flagged down for stuff either, because yesterday's stream we did, like, a whole bunch of... Some things do pick up. Yeah, I've played this game. I did the full platinum for this game. I also did the full. I didn't do the platinum for remake, but I played for the remake. I'm looking forward to Rebirth as well, but unfortunately that's a PS5 exclusive, and also the integrated DLC is also PS5 exclusive, which I don't like. But after all these are done, we will continue on with we're halfway through 14. And then once we're done that, we'll probably go back to some of the other missions. Because there are some that I can probably do now because we have the summon boost character. This is the last one that we haven't seen. I do like these little highlight videos. They're good highlight stuff. I'm actually hoping that the other games, like the DLCs, also have something similar to this, but we'll have to see. See, I don't remember anything from these games because I had watched it ages ago. I watched it ages ago with what was going on, but I just remembered the games were not very well received, and I, much as I dislike 15, it's like I dislike these ones more. Like, there's obviously stuff that's good about it, like the graphics and stuff like this, but it's like I can't just go by that. And the music is obviously very good as well, but it's like when you compare it to other things, I guess. Like, all of this looks very good if you just took out of the fact that, like, if you didn't, like, take into account the actual gameplay and stuff. I was never really a fan of the gameplay. The actual, like, graphical stuff is really good. That's all of those done. I don't know if we got anything new in the, our records probably haven't changed. I don't know if we've got any new feats. So I guess some of these unlock as we go, because I don't remember some of these being here before, so that might be something. That's defeating enemies, getting characters to level 100. Like, I'm not going to get anyone past probably that anyway. I'm guessing some of this stuff will unlock as we go, but it's hard to know what everything unlocks. Let's so we're going back to 14. And I think we were just going to continue on like normal. I think I have to change my party. I can't remember if I did it at the end of the last stream. No, we don't have to change. Already did this one. Here we do double damage, regardless of what it is, so we should be good. They resist a bunch of elements, but we have a combination of that as well, and we need to defeat 11 or more enemies. A lot of things to defeat, so we do double damage, though. So, we should be good. I missed one somehow? I missed one because of Phoenix, maybe. Man, what happened then? Where I went wrong with that one. I don't think we defeated enough enemies, so I wasn't even counting how many I defeated because I didn't actually see. Carol and Brace. Siege Guard. Yeah, wish it would tell me how many we had to defeat. Like how many we had defeated, because again, Melody of Memory had some things in it where it would let you know. So defeat allies deal half damage with magic, and we're going to defeat the actual knights of the round. Characters after we moderately lowers enemies of attribute resistant. I'm gonna swap out you with. This one I'm probably not gonna win. So this one's they're resistant. This one here they're resistant to a lot of the elements. So, but we were doing double damage even though they were resistant. So it kind of counteracted the resistance. Now I could have gone and swapped to someone else. I guess that would have worked as well. But what were we actually dealing with here? I didn't see how far we got. It's 2 bosses, but a lot of the stuff that we were doing was. You know, I wish I knew how many enemies I'd killed, because if I knew how many I had killed, I would have, I think there was at least 2 transitions. I can't remember. So they're all resistant to... This one's weird, because it's like, that you do half damage with magic, but then they also resist a lot of the physical stuff. And we have to actually defeat Knights of the Round, which, usually that's a very difficult, thing. We've got to get to it in the first place. We didn't even reach the Knights of the Round, let alone even think. This one here, what we probably have to do is, like, we have to get to a certain level, and then we have to, like... We have to get to a certain level just to reach that, and then I'm not even sure what moves you would be doing here. Like, we've got a perfect chain. We got a perfect chain, but we didn't, thing which is weird. Unlock Venom Attack. It's not about using an incompetent team either. Like, we have a good setup. Knights of the Round is a strong enemy. Oh god, this looks like insanity. Locust clear at least with 60 HP, not too difficult. Metal Brute Justice Force, defeat an ultimate or harder. We'll give it a shot, but obviously we're gonna fail. And then Exponential Entropy, hit enemy weaknesses 4 or more times. So that means we need to have electric, if possible. On the team. We do have no electric right now. Venom attack better than Dark attack. This inflicts poison, which then means it lingers around. All these things are weak to electricity, but we don't have any electricity right now, I don't think. Satan's Sling can be used by Vincent. Deals high damage in proportion to user's magic, reduces the user's strength by 2 times. Do I replace Fire? The thing is that this does high damage to one enemy. Well, it will do high damage to all, but you can only trigger it twice. Whereas Fire, I can trigger it as many times as I want. Yeah, I think we'll just leave it. Like, I don't have electric weaknesses right now. Like, these things are weak to electricity, but we don't have the electric weakness for anything that I'm trying to level up anyway. See? This one's 60% HP, we shouldn't have any problems. Also, already checked everything else, right? Oh, okay, so causes a character to acquire the rune ability, deals damage when pushed and uses magic, and then magic increase. I mean, I'm not gonna use this because I don't know if the characters have access to that or not, so there's no reason for me to just randomly use it. Even though I've been randomly using the other items. This one's... That one wasn't too bad. I need to get to the, anyway. Okay, so Roga and Fire, All Creation, and Mighty God. Visto. So no, lightning right now. Mobius defeat Alexander. That one might not be too bad, but they resist everything. Okay, this one here, we're probably not. Enemies do double damage, and we have to clear on an ultimate. Roga. Fire would increase fire abilities. I don't want that right now. All creation can be used by Yuffie, deals more damage in proportion to user strength and agility, increases how often summon stones here. This activates when it's... This already does what it does, and thing anyway, so it's better than Zoning Eye. And Mighty Guard reduces damage. Better than, well, this is, one time at the start. This is one time halfway through the song. Probably still better than... I can either be protected the whole way with slightly reduced, or I can be super protected. I think being protected normally is just better. Vista, the Tantalus Theatre troupe will often use this airship as a stage in Final Fantasy IX. That's the airship for that one. Still no lightning abilities yet, but we're probably not going to do well in Ultimate. Ultimate Difficulty was hard enough. I can only imagine what Supreme is like. We'll give this a shot, and then we'll go and just do basic. Because yeah, last time this was not very pleasant. That was our attempt at ultimate difficulty. No, absolutely not. I cannot keep up with that. Surprised we lasted that long, but then again, that was double damage. I cannot imagine what that is like on Supreme. Much more manageable this song than on ultimate difficulty, which was way too much for me. Way too much for me to be able to go on. That was a bit wacky. That was an enjoyable song, but also quite like we tried it on ultimate difficulty, and it was like within the first couple of within the first couple of moments, it's like no, it was over already. The max level for one character, and then the other ones are fine. Graviga, Barrage, and Blade. Kind of hard to concentrate with the ultimate difficulty. I don't even think I'd be fast enough to be able to do what is required for that. Trying to comprehend everything that you have to do for that one song on the hardest difficulty. Well, one of the. It's not even the hardest difficulty. That's the thing. It's not even the hardest difficulty. Graviga. That's. Barrage is low damage 3 times. This next one we have to hit. This next one we have to hit. What is it called? We have to hit. Gotta hit 4. Hit enemies with 4 weaknesses. I think it was. But I think their weaknesses are only lightning. I'm trying to remember like which characters have. Usually it mentions which characters have thunder or damage or not. Like we might have to come back to do this because I'm seeing wind. Like obviously lightning has lightning attacks. Like we might not have enough enemies to be able to do those. So I've got a lot of characters that are doing fire and a lot of characters that are doing wind. So maybe we just don't have the. I only have like one character that specializes in lightning attacks and I have lightning. So even if I were to put lightning in, I don't know if it would work. Have to see. Hit enemy weaknesses 4 or more times. So they're weak to electricity, so it just means to hit them. But which enemies, that's the other thing to consider. Not every enemy that's listed is weak to lightning here. It's only certain enemies. As far as I know, that's how it works. If I go into this map and they all resist stuff, that makes sense. But if it doesn't, then... Like, I think for now we just stick with what we have and we just keep going. Because if I get to come back here, I can at least... I can look up what I need to do for the quest. Because what we'll do is, once we've finished all of the songs, obviously that would be the end of one stream. Probably, and then I can go through and, like, do, as part of the extra content, I can do, going through and, like, seeing if we can get the quests done. I'm gonna consider the ending of this being... Gotta consider the ending of this game being once we get all of these stuff unlocked for this Final Fantasy thing in the series quests. Then at that point we'll do the extra portion, which would be me just going and playing, would be me playing the extras portions would be me going for the remaining quests that we can do. See if we can do those. And then at that point, we do a separate stream where I probably do all the DLC songs, because those don't have missions tied to them, I don't think. They're just in music stages. I missed the last note. You know what? We're doing that one again. I missed the last note right there. That one there would have been perfect. Perfect chain. We're gonna do that again. I can definitely beat this one. I think that was a perfect chain. Yeah, it was. I mean, no, we got 2 misses actually. Okay. Shiva, Cloud of Darkness, Firaga, Blink, Morphin, Breaker Blade, and Morphantine. This is Mighty Morphin Final Fantasy. Wasn't expecting a. Wasn't expecting a. Never mind. We hit enemy weaknesses forward to more times somehow. I don't even remember hitting Thunder. Okay, that's fine by me. So maybe I was. Maybe it's only certain things that were weak to lightning there. Fine. Right, add red to the team. I was not expecting Morphantine. Can it be used by Gilgamesh? Multiplies damage the user deals with physical abilities by 2.5 times. And Breaker Blade, low damage in proportion to strength and thick stone. This is high damage to strength. This is low damage with strength. This is lowest enemy defense levels magic defense. This can only be used once. This can be used twice. This is twice. That's unlimited. Faraga. Blink. Blink is avoid damage, so it's similar to. It will replace you with red. Odin is 10%, 30%. I don't want that right now. About 30% here. All that extra XP. Yeah. See, I'm looking here, and maybe it's the boss itself. The boss itself might be weak to electricity, but everything else is weak to something else. Because why would I have got that otherwise? Right, this one here resists everything, but we have Gilgamesh and Red 13 and their strength base, so I don't think they actually need to worry about things. So we should be able to get through this one, I think. we kind of ended poorly, but we did. Again, I would like to know how far off we were from a win, but um, I just fell off near the end there. Probably not difficult. Like we can probably come back to this one at some point. This one's good. Triggers move really slowly. Okay, this one's probably even easier to do because I mean, needs 70 more higher, more uh, critical judgments. Easier because we don't have to worry about Howling Moon can use for Red 13. Increases each party member's strength and agility by 6, but greatly increases damage. Again, I don't like the idea of sacrificing damage. When does it activate? Is it permanent? It's like, oh, it actually starts right at the beginning. 60 up. This is actually no. You know what? This is This even though we increase damage taken, we get agility plus strength up by 60. But what's it? Sonic Boom then? So this one we have to defeat Alexander. They're saying this is 70% or higher rainbow. Rainbow critical. That means that they want you to get perfect. So I'm assuming if we can beat Alexander in this next one, we can beat Alexander in previous one. So we'll give this a shot. We'll test to see if what we've just changed works. If it does, then obviously I'll return to that one. If it doesn't, then we'll so this one we need to get. Oh, you started the start. It's kind of hard because it's like you have to be. Even though it's in slow mode, it's like I'm gonna get rainbow criticals, which is like right on perfect. One of the Scorpion tanks. So we did defeat Alexander here. I might go back and try to see if we can go back and beat him again. Problem is that we need to get 70% or more rainbow criticals, so that's going to be the more difficult one. Darkbuster, Doomsday, Rare, Summoner, and Sacrifice. Yeah, well, obviously we want to update. I'll go back to see if we can beat. I feel like I would do better at that one if it was going at normal speed, just because it's like you are used to certain things. So we do half physical damage, but then we have to beat the boss in 20 rolls. We did beat Alexander before, so I'm thinking maybe if I try it now with the characters that we have, we might actually be able to do so. Low damage, uses strength, probably not that. Doomsday. Moderate damage proportion uses magic, but uses also takes 10% thing. Not enough critical or better. I'm gonna use it one time though. The rarity level of effects on summon stones that increases the rarity level of effects on summon stones that appear in treasure chest dropped by enemy. Probably not as good as what we already have, because all creation already increases how often they appear in chests, but we also do damage as well. And sacrifices increase strength by 140, but also increase damage when the battle begins. But that's only for one person, whereas this is the entire party. You know what? We're gonna attempt because we killed Alexandra very quickly with the boost that we had. Let's try this one again. I think we can beat him. Especially with that red 13 boost. That seemed to actually help. I was surprised at how fast we got through Alexander. We might be able to do that here. Activates immediately. That's actually good timing considering the when Alexander was out. Not sure how to deal with those ones. Like 81% resist. Okay, so we're not gonna beat him right now. Came very close, but thought I might have had a chance. Maybe it's because it was out first that we won. Back to it. Big deal. We do half physical damage. We gotta defeat the boss, which I'm assuming is the Scorpion tank. Then we do half physical damage, but yeah, we still do we still have that boost there as well. That was 264 chain. Okay, that was a perfect chain. I don't know what the like requirement was. I don't remember. That should be a perfect chain. I think. You get through a bit. Just, what was the? I don't remember what the undying mental break. I don't know what the beat the boss within 25 seconds. Yeah, I guess we didn't do that. Even though I had a perfect chain the whole way through. Did beat the boss though, but it definitely wasn't in 25 seconds. The worm's tail, Shinryu. So boss enemies have double HP. Yeah, whenever this happens, we usually always have a bad time because it's don't have a good way of dealing with these. Mental break. High damage that decreases attribute resistance twice. Equal better. I mean, they're all the same. 1, 2. This lowers enemy defense. This lowers enemy. This is high damage and lowers attribute resistance. Attribute would be magic based, so I'll probably get rid of the magic one and put mental on. Chia increases strength by 2. Be good as well, I think. Not as good as the one we currently have. Now we're starting to get into the characters that we haven't really been leveling up at all. Some of these are lower, but fine. We didn't get a lot of enemies that we didn't get a lot of enemies here that require the we didn't get a lot of enemies here that require the certain weaknesses and stuff. Gonna defeat Shinryu. Well, I'm gonna now this I can't remember, was it this was it 10? I think Final Fantasy 10 has a really hard Shinryu in it, but then you so this one's only got 5 enemies, but I think it's like a collection of boss enemies leading up to the bosses. That's what makes it harder. Yeah, we've got less we're running out of characters, but soon we'll have every character at 99 that we have. We'll coming close to that anyway. And we'll start being able to use some of the boss characters, which is going to definitely be useful for later. even reach Shinryu there. Like again, some of these high difficulty missions, like the 10 ones, we're probably going to need to have a lot of the characters to level 10 to be able to even get to there. We'll give it a shot with certain things to see like what we have access to and stuff. Feral Selena, Silence Buster, Meteor Blade sounds like it's very good. Even reach Shinryu there. Wayward Daughter, defeat the boss Tsukiyomi, triggers or is judged a bit more harshly, and defeat non-normal enemy Sunrise, allies deal double damage with magic. Okay, so Meteor Blade's high damage in proportion to strength, but when you get 110 chain, that seems like it's very harsh. Imperil lowers enemy resistance? Add these in because they're going to give us a bonus. Okay, so something happens. Deal low damage and affect silence. So we're going to defeat Tsukiyomi. Again, I'm going to go back through and do the quests that we can't do anyway, just to see if there's any certain combinations we can try. Because at this point, we're starting to gain a lot of characters that have a lot of abilities, so it's a matter of trying to figure out like which ones would be the best against certain things, I guess. But it also is kind of difficult because there's so much to choose from. That's why I feel like I'm going to be using quests, using guides in portion for this. Why are we fighting Shinra soldiers here? I'm curious. These look like Shinra soldiers, actually. Here's the boss, but we're not gonna be able to beat them. Because it's already, like, so late into the song. No way to know how much HP they have. No way of we weren't doing enough damage then. We can get to the end, but we just need a more powerful team, I think. That was a perfect chain again. Leaf Swirl, Tornado. Oh, okay, that has no weaknesses or resistances. So that would mean if I use what Angel wakes me, defeat the boss without dealing fire damage. That means that this one here I feel like we can do because we got to the end fairly soon, but then it's like we just needed more powerful stuff to get to the end, I guess. And it also has no weaknesses. There's no weaknesses, no resistance. So that means whatever damage we're doing normally is going to be enough. So I'll keep the current team that we have. Only used by Krill, deals moderate damage in proportion to magic and fixed blind. This is unlimited, isn't it? That's one time. Tornado is low damage when enough triggers have been hit. I mean, that's already better to have something that we can use. I'm thinking now, it's like, we got to the end of that other one with, things. So let's try making another team. We weren't using 99. This is 14, right? So let's try like the team that we were using to get to this. Because with Phoenix. We got to the boss fight. See, with the Alexander one, we got to the boss fight, but it's like the problem is that you need to get to the boss fight and then be able to do the thing. If we can do this one, we might be able to do. Let's just try it with this. I go back. I don't want to use the egg. Yeah. I want to give this team. I'm pretty sure that I can get through this because we had I got a perfect chain and we had a thing, but we weren't using the most optimal thing. Yeah, because I don't. Maybe it's just not the right kind of damage. I'm not really sure. Maybe that's what it is. Because like I feel like I think the problem is not the levels. It's not the thing. It's knowing what the best options are to do certain things. Like which combinations are good with which abilities. Like that's I think the. Somehow got a gold growth egg despite not defeating Tsukiyomi. I'm not sure how that worked. That's the thing with this. It's like I'm fairly confident that I can beat this boss fight. It's just that we need to have a combination. Like I feel like this is all like I feel like we're doing good damage with this team. Like this is good physical damage. This is good like magic damage. It's a good mixture. It's just like there's so many different options and so many different abilities and stuff that it's like who knows. I'm just not really sure. Like maybe I could swap Phoenix out. That could be something I could do instead of because this is moderate damage. The thing is, I damage wise, it's not gonna matter. It's just like I think it's because we've got certain types of things here, and it's like we can probably do better, I guess. Like I feel like I can come up with a better combination, maybe. 'Cause what are the other options that we have here? Like in terms of stuff that we've done today, uh, like in terms of stuff that we've done today, I don't think we'd be able to defeat Knights of the Round. With what we currently have. We can get to Alexander, but the problem is that it resists most things, and then we're also doing. So it's going to have to be. This is going to have to be physical based. Well, I can beat Alexander because I did beat Alexander in this section, but that was also because we played it at the start. This one here, the problem with fighting Alexander is that he comes out at the end, so that's where the problems happen. And then defeating the bosses in seconds, that's quite difficult. Shinru, we didn't reach the end. This one here, it's like, I think we can... I got to the Tsukiyomi fight, but it's a similar situation to fighting Alexander, where it's like, we can probably do it, but it's like, we need to have specific things. This one here, we shouldn't have problems with. Double damage with magic, even with the resistances. Remember to re-equip the item again? this still counts. I was gonna say, does it still count as a... We technically did get a summon, like, right at the end there, but I don't know if that counts as the, You got a perfect chain, but I don't think that counted as killing the enemies or not. It was an SS rank. So we could probably get that one done, because we considering we got past the boss, but I think we just barely missed out on that one. We got Gilgamesh up, that's... Some of these other characters we got, lower enemy defense. Gravika. Tornado. Low damage for magic. If it's 20% item drop and magic ability, no. So Phoenix is still better because of the 30% increase of experience. Like, I think we can beat this one, I just don't know how many enemies we had to beat. We defeated 2 lots of enemies, then we defeated the boss, and then we almost defeated another lot. Not sure if that was 9 though. Alright, so now we've got pretty much all the... So we have all the boss characters except for... We have Sephiroth, X-Death, Emperor, and Leon. We'll go for Leon because we didn't actually use him in the thing, and also, may as well use Leon, see what happens. We have just the boss characters left. So this one's defeat the boss without dealing fire damage. I don't know if we have any fire attacks, so we should be able to do that. No weaknesses on this right now. Actually no, Phoenix is fire. We need to do that. But instead of using that, we'll use 20%. Alright, the reason I wasn't using this one is because this one's 20% and 30% up, but the reason I haven't used this one is because the we will never be able to use the summon because we just weren't able to use it. So that even though I would get 50% extra experience, better for me to just I want to be able to use the summon. That's extra damage. I think I did Leviathan the next. This was. No, we did Shiva or Leviathan. I can't remember. Ifrit is 20% plus 10% drop rate, 5 magic ability damage dealt. Leviathan was like 10 for that, but sorry, this one here was... There's another Leviathan that we had. We had more. What was the one we used? We were using this one for quite a while, but then I swapped to something else. Damage taken minus 20%. This Shiva was probably the next one I was going to use, because this is experience up by 20, summon damage up by 20. Probably just, for now, we'll just use this one, just so that we, until I remove, if this is enough. We can't use fire damage in this one, so we'll swap to Shiva. That one had like what, three lots of stuff that we had to go and do. Okay, Cloud Agrius marking it. Attack Lazara Blade, Thundara Blade, and Thunder Focus. Mystic Aura Scroll. Defeat the boss without dealing fire damage. Like, I didn't even reach the boss. We reached the boss, but we weren't able to do enough damage. Clear without taking any enemy attacks. So this one here, it's weird that the way that it works, it's like, to make sure you don't take any attacks, I think you need to just make sure you don't do any damage. Because I've lost health, but I've also, like, had elements used on them, so I don't know what they consider as attacks. In Thunder increases, like, why would I want in Thunder when I can already do one in general? Increase magic by 20. I can replace blind. That will increase everyone's. Back to Phoenix. So now we have the Emperor. They're all pretty much similar. So, lowers enemy defense and physical magic. You do enemy defense, lower magic defense and magic, and then you do every enemy attacks at once. I guess we'll just do the Emperor because you'll be able to do first. Because the other two, we already have characters that do that, so maybe doing the Emperor would be good. Mystic Aura Scroll gives us the increased damage the party leader deals with abilities. So weak to fire and ice, but doesn't care about everything else. What happened there? I thought my keys, felt like my buttons locked up for a second. think something might be going on with the controls, which is not good for either one, because that means how am I going to be able to do both? There's problems. Dark Sacrifice, Tornado, Seraphic Ray, Doomsday, Revira. The other ones we got? Blizzard, Gravity, and... We went to level 32, so I guess it does depends on which, I guess it just depends on which, things you do. Without taking any attacks. That means don't take any damage. And 90% or higher, good or better. That's not hard. I don't think. Because it just means that we need to make sure we don't miss a whole heap. Deals moderate damage in proportion to user's magic, but the user takes damage. And then sacrifice to increase user strength by 140, but also moderately increases damage. Tornado. Doomsday is moderate damage, but then it also damages us. And Seraphic Ray is can be used by Sid range, slightly lowers enemy attribute. Zara, we'll go with Gravity. We got Blazara, Revira, and then I would think because this is unlimited, it's probably better to just stack these. So this shouldn't be too difficult. Like, it's 90% or higher good, which basically means that as long as we don't get bads or misses, we have a lot of leniency, I guess. See how it goes. Not sure what it is. Maybe it's because we have that extra. It's like we're getting a lot levels much quicker. Long Fallen Green Dragon, Knight, Dark Knight's Charge, Aroga, Dark, all an absolute dominion. See what else there are, what those do. Almost at a point where every single character has like level 100. Your 4800 or more damage triggers a judge a bit more harshly. I don't know how much damage I've been doing lately. I haven't been paying attention to that, what the score is, so there might not even be possible for me to get to here. Can be used by Leon. Increases the user's strength by 200, decreases magic by 50, deals more damage and quarter to strength when a boss enemy appears. Can be used one time. Again, I think it's like the first. What you've got to do originally is like you've got to go and sort out like play the track first, see what kind of track it is, and then at that point, then decide what abilities and that is. That's what makes it more difficult. It's hard to know like what works best against others. Whereas with Melody and Memory, it didn't matter which one you picked. Here, it's a lot worse. Because it's like I want to use these abilities, but at the same time, I also don't know like when the best point to use them is. Like, yes, when a boss enemy appears, this will be good, but then it's useless until then. Is this better than Iroga? Thundara. That's way too high. Like, yeah, like it's high damage, but then it's also like 85. Can be used by the Emperor, deals more damage in proportion to uses magic and silence when a boss enemy appears. Again, I like them, but I also don't. Let's replace Blizzard with all. So now it'll target everyone. We got the Falcon. Daryl pilots the airship in Final Fantasy VI with some help from Setzer to make it functional. So 1400 or more damage. I don't know if we're close to that, but yeah, so I can see what we're facing here. We've got Shiva, we've got Ramu, we've got Titan, we've got Leviathan. This is Ifrit. This is like a summon gauntlet here. Yeah, what's in this one? This is like every single summon. Or every boss fight, I guess. This isn't a damage-based team, but we'll see how we do. I'm retrying this again. We actually just beat Ramu, so maybe they're not actually as hard to beat here as they were before. I want to like kept making early mistakes then. Why am I making mistakes here? I don't know why I'm making like I don't even know why I'm resetting. better if I do this. I don't even know why I'm making these mistakes. I have to take the all out. We're like 3 summons down. So they're not actually as strong as. I think by me defeating all these, it means I'm doing a lot of damage to them. I hope that that's the case. Like the boss now. I'm curious to see how far off I actually am, because we beat pretty much all the summons to the first boss, so I wonder how far off I am. 4,000. I think we needed like 48 or 4,900. 4,800. I wonder if we can do this one. Oh, I just realized I should have gone back to the. I was supposed to go back to check all these first. I made a mistake. Thought there was still a stage after this one. Get back in here. Answers. 5 titles cleared. You know, before I did that one, I would have gone back to see if there was anything that we could have improved on. Go all the way back to. See what we can potentially improve on from here. Defeat 9 or more enemies. Speak to electric. You have a couple of things here that are thunder. We might be able to choose this team. Progress high damage at 84. This team should be able to get through the. I think this team can get through this one. 9 enemies. Yeah, decently levels. It was supposed to go back and I thought we had one more stage after this one, but I wasn't paying any attention. Supposed to go back and try out these. Get some extra stuff. 9 enemies we have to defeat, which means still short. I think we need to defeat those 3 enemies. Got a perfect chain again. So probably need to just change up the lineup maybe to do it, I'm not sure. Illustration. That we can get to the third what, we just need to do more damage. They're weak to lightning, so we were using. Low damage reduces attack power. Like that was a perfect. What was it? That was a perfect. We only have like the one enemy that does. We have lightning who does lightning. Three characters with lightning here, plus the Emperor, who's also very good. Maybe we try this. We were only one set of enemies short. Maybe I could also swap the. It'll do more damage. If the intention is to do that, we need to defeat the enemies. We don't need to defeat them in a certain way. And I'm using the ones that have electricity because that will hopefully defeat them faster. We'll take a quick break after this song as well. Just to be. I think we were at 9. Like, this area here is where it was. was much faster than the previous one. I'm getting to the same position again. Not even that. It is what it is. Even with using Shiva, it didn't matter. If I can't find something that I'm happy with, then I'll just like we're hitting the weak points as well. Again, this one here, it's like we're hitting the weak points, and I'm using lightning, so it's like I thought that would have worked, and then didn't, wasn't necessarily the greatest thing that didn't work out. So that's beat 2 or more King Behemoth enemies. Allies deal double fizz. So that means we'd have, there are 2 Behemoth enemies, but we need to get characters back in that would do damage. Try this. I'm assuming that they mean the 2 King Behemoth enemies that are like one's a boss and one's not. So I don't know how far off we are from. I feel like I'll have a better time knowing a good combination. Troy. There's one down, I think. Okay, so the King Behemoth enemy is the boss, so you have to defeat the boss twice, so like you have to go around do the entire thing and then do a revolution again. So like that's what they mean by that one there. It always makes it so difficult to know what is the best options to. That's why it's like I want to at least try and give it a shot with certain things, like see how it goes. That felt very good. Like we got through the first revolution time, but in the second revolution is when we started slowing down. And it's just hard to know what. Like I'd have to look up a guide to know what the exact best combination would be. This one here, we used everything that had lightning on it, and that wasn't enough to even get to the 9. And this one's also like on an 8 difficulty as well. I'm sure if I thought about it, I'd probably be able to make something better, but the issue is that I don't know what's... Like, obviously nothing's weak to... there's no weakness or resistances here, so obviously that means we can use whatever we want. But it's like, if that's the case, I should be able to use like higher level characters here and still be able to do the damage. They're still not up there, so it's like you probably need to write the right combination. And this one's defeat Ultima Weapon, but they had double HP. 11 or more enemies, we do double damage. They resist everything else. Well, haven't been like thinking about optimized teams because it's very difficult to try and figure out what would be good and what wouldn't be because it's like what's physical based, what's thing. This one here, I think I didn't know how many enemies off I was. It starts at 2. This would be 6 if we defeat this. Got to the boss, but weren't able to defeat it. Okay, so defeating the boss would be... That was better, but defeating the boss is what is required, so that means, I got further, but I also, Okay, that's 5,272 damage. That means we should be able to use this party and be able to, should be able to use this party to get that other one done. Although that did double damage, that's another thing. We did double damage here. That might not count. That's defeating thing we do half damage. You're an ultimate. Defeat Alexander. Again, I think we need a physical based team for this. Maybe that's what I should do. I should try and build a team based on certain styles fighting. We already tried. We already tried building a lightning based team. That didn't work. This one here is double damage, but it's physical damage. If I went and made a physical based, if I just tried this, for example, this be good, because then it would be like physical based plus everything's everything in here is double physical damage. Everything with them is double physical. Oh, so they're all but physical based, and they all, like, if I just threw a team full of characters that just do physical damage, would that be enough? We made it nearly with. I feel like this is too slow. We need to... This isn't the behemoth we needed to defeat. We got to about the same point. Okay, so this is what makes me think it's like we need to do something completely different. It's just not gonna work. Like, there's gonna have to be certain combinations to do. Well, I think loading up on physical or things is just not gonna work. I think, like, I feel like I could keep going and trying other things, but it's like that. Originally, I was doing like based on certain teams to see if that was gonna make any difference, but here it's like we've tried several 99. One's defeat Alexander. Which again, everything here is physical based, so maybe I could try this team out as well. See if this matters, because it just might be a better option. Like, I can get to the end of this fight. Can we get to there fast enough? And the thing is that it mentions about what the other enemies are weak to, but it doesn't mention... mentions what one enemy is weak to, it doesn't mention what all the enemies leading up to the boss is weak to. There we go. Just. Only just. The other thing to consider is as we get more and more different cards, some characters get stronger than others. That's something that we just... there's so many factors to consider. What abilities to use, which layout to use, which like characters have buffs or not. Like that's where I think it's going to be much easier to figure out. Like, oh well, these characters are better than some other ones. Yeah, I don't think we're going to beat any bosses in 25 seconds. Especially since there's two bosses, and you have to defeat second boss, so it's double HP. So we're using physical based here, so maybe we have a chance. But again, it's like, which is better to use? Magic? Is it better to use physical? Like, some of these things, it's like too random to figure out. Like, boss enemies here have double HP, but I feel like we're not even going to reach Shinri, let alone be able to beat it. It's going to be interesting to see what we do post-game. See which combinations work for which, if there's like someone's gone through and like found good combinations to try and beat these missions. I'd like that. But we haven't even reached the boss yet. And the boss has double HP as well. Didn't even reach the, not even anywhere close. This is just where I'm not sure. But they're not sure about what to do. Like, there's no necessarily best way, I don't think. Like, I could do a combination. It's like you need to have a combination of physical and magic, because magic can do a lot of damage, and then you need to have, like, you can have certain characters that can do buffs and other things as well. It's like, which ones? Like, there's so many different characters to try and do it. Like, and if you think about, like, look at where we got, right? We got through, like, the dragon and the other ones, and then there was, like, a combination of those, and we still gotta get through, like, multiple bosses just to get to Shinryu, which is gonna be the last fight. This one here, we did reach Tsukiyomi last time. So this one here is, double damage with magic. So obviously we can change things up with that. This one here we might be able to do, because we did get a perfect chain and an SS rank. And there's no weaknesses. Again, it's not a guarantee. And it also depends on the song as well. Some songs have like more sliders, some songs have buttons, and too many factors to try and consider. I think that's why I prefer Melody of Memory. You don't have to worry about a team composition or what abilities you have. You can just go in there and practice, get better at it. Here, it's like, gotta take into account what abilities do what, and then what stuff's weak against, and what. you can do from there. We got to the same point. Just like I feel like after you try it a couple of times with the current party that you have, you try it a couple of other things that you think might work, and then it's just like it's not going to work itself out. Like giving all physicals isn't going to work. Giving all magic isn't going to work. But you need a healthy balance between the two, and then like you need to have support. Like healing is probably the only one that you don't really need. Support is going to also be something that you can do to buff everyone. It's just so difficult to know about what will work. So here we would want typically people with Blizzard, because it's weak against Blizzard, and we do double damage with magic. If there's anyone that has Blizzard specifically. He has ice magic, so that would be useful. Yeah, I got a lot of ones that do fire, but not a lot of ones that do Blizzard. That's why it's a little bit difficult to, like, focus specifically on that. We only have one person who's dedicated to Blizzard, so we could always just come back for this one, is what I'm saying. And this one we have to defeat the boss without using fire, which again, there's no weaknesses here, so we could probably just, we try an all-physical build just to see how that works. I think it's going to come down to the abilities, I think. Like, I'm not sure, like, what the best ability is. You can't see everyone's abilities, so you don't know what they are. You have to click on every individual character. You have to go and do the thing. If I could be optimal and optimize a party, I would do that, but it's like, I don't think it's... I feel like I'm going to need to know what works. just... Forgot about the fire, using fire here. But I feel like we attempted to do some of these songs, and then it's like, I'm at a point now where I've gone and got several things. It's like, I need to try and figure out a good way to what would work, but it's like, you can't really, like, you can optimize certain things. I don't know what they mean by that. Change everything, yeah. It just changes everything that you do. I know these have, actually, no, these two have fire. Like, let's give, like, these characters a shot and just see how... The issue is that it's like, I don't know what the best thing to do is. Like, I have a feeling you're gonna have to have physical attackers, you're gonna have to have some magical attackers, and then you're gonna have to have someone with support. Thing is that I don't know if I click optimize, does it make it so that it optimizes for this mission? Because if it does, that makes things a lot easier on me, rather than replaying a bunch of these songs. Right now, I'm just trying out, like, all physical, and then maybe like an all magic class. But it's hard when you don't know which magic to use and stuff, considering there's multiple different types of enemies and stuff. Yeah, I just reached the boss now. Now we've got turned into toads, which is not good, damage-wise. Got turned into a toad near the end. That's what I said, it's like, physical isn't gonna work. Like, we're gonna... I'm thinking, like, we might just do a... all magic, all thing. It's... certain things do more damage if you do other things. Because an all healing group's not going to work, an all like multi-purpose group's not going to work, an all support group won't work, but an all like magical fizz might work, but again, it's a... if I do optimize, I wonder if it makes it so that The issue is that it optimizes the entire party, and I don't want to. Just says optimize your party by changing optimize the party by changing abilities and summon signs. So that means it's gonna just make it so that the current people that we're using is optimized, not necessarily the current characters. Like if it made it so you could customize the characters, then that would maybe be a bit better, but it isn't what that is. Like I can't just click in here and go optimize. It doesn't let you. So the dilemma that I'm facing is like I can get to the bosses in certain areas, but I can't beat them fast enough because we're not or get to the other things fast enough. Well, 800 or more damage when doing that. I guess we will just move on to the next one. Like for now. Well, actually, I was gonna say we would move on to the next one. We actually do have a couple of other things I can attempt. Because there are some things that we should be able to do now because of summons. I wanted to go back to some of the older ones because there were. I do have that guy that can boost up the summon gauge now, which was a problem in the previous one. We didn't have anyone that could do that. So we'll go back and just. I'm gonna go back and try some of these songs because I know that I can do them now. One's boss in 20 seconds. I don't think we can do that yet. There was one that there were some summon ones. Let's defeat the boss by doing ice damage. We can't do that right now. 400 or more damage, no. This one here I think we should be able to do. It shouldn't matter which party we use. Fairly certain. Like, this is an early one. I'm not sure why this one was so difficult to do. Maybe it's because we just didn't have enough variety, but here I think we can do it. I think once we get through the entire thing and I have more confidence with the... You know what, I noticed this, the Final Fantasy XIV didn't have any of these slide ones like this. Might not be able to get this one. We have to. Bring a lot of damage for some reason. Probably because we're using 2 characters. Anyway. But yeah, essentially, I'm trying to say once we get through the entire, like thing and we complete all the sections, that would be the end. Would be the end of the stream, and then at that point, the extra portion would be trying to get all those quests done and figuring out like what the most optimal builds are, and then going from there just to give those a shot. Because I think that's going to make things a lot more fun. Oh, that's who that character is. I've always wondered who, they're all for clearing a quest. I've always wondered who, I've seen that, avatar before, and I was wondering where that was from. Actually, Final Fantasy. I've always seen that somewhere, but I didn't realize that was actually a Final Fantasy character. That's all the quests done. I was gonna say that's one of them done. So I'm gonna have a lot more fun, I think, going through and trying to find an optimal build for things, I think. We're not gonna get that one. 350 or more summoned. Oh, okay, first of all, there is an earlier one that has summon damage. If we can get that one, and I know how much damage it's doing, then at that point I can attempt it. They're weak to fire. So I can probably swap out to 2 fire characters here. There's only 2 characters left that need levels, and everyone else is fine. You do fire attacks. And... do fire attacks as well. And then we've got Phoenix as well. We'll give this a shot. We'll see if we can... we've got a team full of fire characters. Well, a little bit anyway. See if this does anything. So we have to defeat a guard scorpion, which is like the end fight. This. is actually very, very deep into the song when it's still not even at the guard scorpion yet. That is like that's very, very deep into this. It's gonna take a long time to get to that one then. So we had a couple of well, we had a better chance there actually. Again, I think we're gonna have a better chance when we come back. Because right now it's like I attempted this because I thought, okay, well we can give this another try, and it didn't work out. I think once we complete everything, and then we have like most of the characters unlocked, if not all of them. At that point, we'd be able to say, hey, like now we can go and attempt like certain missions. How it goes. And high enough chains each. Touch triggers, low damage, portion to strength. With the summon one, I need to bring out a character that can make summons go faster. That would be... this one here. What we need to do is 350 more damage with the summon. So my idea was to pick a summon that does massive damage. This isn't weak to anything. And we haven't seen how much massive damage does, but we do have that little booster. So massive damage. Also, we need to make sure it's got massive damage plus like a buff. So that does 10 plus percent extra damage. So that would be a good start. That does massive slashing damage to enemies. And 10% damage, and physical damage up as well. Magic ability damage dealt plus... Alright, we might go with the Knights of the Round that was here, this one. That's summon damage up by 10, and then think. We'll see if you can reach this one. If we can't, we'll swap to another. We also want to have... we need to have that character that can do the buffing with the, there was a character here that can do something for summons. I think it was, I think it was... character was it? There was a character in here that did have the ability to... this one here, I think. Yeah, this one here. I'm so close to getting a thing yet. So maybe I need to change Knights of the Round to someone else, because that is really, really close to the thing here. And we're getting close to the being able to summon it out, but it's like I just need to see if massive damage is enough to be able to, like, we defeated a thing in this case, so it's actually not all bad. Like okay, let's try and swap out to something that I reach. In massive damage, like this is massive damage to enemies with the Holy Boss and an increase. So let's try out this Alexander. I think Knights of the Round might take longer to get up. I just want to see if it's based on each summon or if it's just general. We'll see, because I do have that little buff thing on well that I want to see if it's faster to level up certain summons or if it's just based on the damage. If we get to the same point, then it might just be that. And also that means that I can maybe use other characters that we unlock later to boost it. So it might be based on... I was going to say that it's based on the thing, but... I was going to say that it's based on the amount of thing, but it's not. Because, like, that there, we only just reached it, and it's like, it takes the same amount of time regardless of how you do it, so... And we lost the summon right at the end, so... I think what we need is, to do the summon ones, we're going to need characters that already have the boost. It's not going to be something that's... It's not going to be something that's possible for us to do at the moment, because we don't have any other characters that have the boost. Hell's Gate can be used to set off, moderately lowers enemy defense and deals more damage when a boss enemy appears. I mean, it's good, but I don't want to use it, I don't think. See if there's any... I can't remember what 13's quests were, but I think we're going to be moving on. We already tried everything for 14, so 15 would be next. Beating Orphan. That's summon damage. 250 more with one ability. Defeat Odin. We defeated Odin in another round. Might be worth trying. Technically, we did defeat Odin with a physical team. So I'm wondering if we can do the same thing here as we did before, because that would actually... I can't remember if it was this team or the other team that we beat him. Technically we did defeat Odin, but he was like a boss in another section, so... Let's give Odin another couple of tries, and then... Because the summon one will have to get more ones that can buff summons faster, because we're not getting there quicker. Someone did even worse with this team than the other one. Yeah, it's gonna be okay to, like... I just wanted to go and see if we could do... The summon one was the main one that I wanted to try, because I knew that I could get to that. But we can't get there right now. So that's the big issue. We couldn't get there ourselves. Oh, we couldn't get there normally, so I think we're gonna move on to 15. We're gonna move on to 15. Let's unlock Final Fantasy 15 and see what we're in for. This is the last of the, I believe this is the last of the level 1s before we go and make our way back. Noctis, Gladio, Ignis, and Plat. I'm guessing we get Arden, probably as a thing as well. So Noctis, this fated prince is skilled in physical, magical, and support abilities. HP 99, strength of 18, magic of 8, spirit of 7, agility of 16, luck of 10. Gladio, the shield of the king. He can drastically decrease damage taken by lowering his strength. HP of 160, strength of 20, magic of 9, spirit of 17, agility of 14, luck of 19. Ignis, a cool-headed advisor who specializes in both healing and attack magic. HP 102, strength of 11, magic of 18, spirit of 23, agility of 13, luck of 7. And Prompto, a photographer who can weaken the enemy and strengthen the party. HP of 42, strength of 15, magic of 11, spirit of 10, agility of 25, luck of 6. We'll be using them for quite a bit, and see how we go from there. Obviously, Magic Break, Brawler, Protect Shell, Cure Air, Escape, and Shield. Obviously, like, and these characters, we're gonna have a lot of stuff that we'll be able to complete. Interesting that they are leveling up less than what some of the other ones were. Just a million points. Alright, sets its price airship from Final Fantasy VI is complete with a casino. I do like all of the different airships that are in the game. They do always make them very detailed and stuff. For some reason we're leveling up a little bit less compared to some of the others. Maybe it was because that song was an easier song. Excellent. This song's kind of difficult. Right? I think with HP up, escape an item. Apocalypsis Noctis Uncovered Trailer, 2900 or more damage. We can do 2900 or more damage, just probably not with this team. We deal double physical damage, so we can definitely do this with another team. Definitely do this with another team, but we'll see how we go with this. Like, there's a chance we could do it with this one. We were apparently already doing around 2,000 damage in the first place, so there's a chance we could still reach this one. If we don't, I can just swap out to a team that does physical. It's not a big problem at all. No, we were right that we could do it. Because remember, 2,000 damage was about how much we did in the previous match, and in this one here there was more notes, and it was doing double physical damage, so... How much did we end up getting for this? Like 4,000, so we wouldn't have been able to do it normally, but we ended up being able to do it here. Armature, Allergy, Regroup, and Venom Attack. Okay, Nvidia direct the Frostman in 30 seconds. Allies deal double physical, so that's like last time. Shield of the King theme of episode Gladio, clear with it 60 HP, that's odd. And then Vowed in Black get 80 or higher, good or better. That's not hard either. Also, I need to make sure I'm getting to check these. That increases damage. Magic Whip you. Armature can only be used by Noctis, deals high damage in proportion to the thing when a boss enemy appears that it's unlimited. Okay. Yeah, we'll get rid of Blink, because we don't really need it. Slightly reduces damage taken the whole time. We already have moderately reduced damage from physical and magic types, and then we get the healing. Regroup can only be used for Ignis, which 50% of the HP gauge and slightly reduces damage taken when we drop below 15. Venom attack. We already have escape, so we don't need it again. One thing I'm noticing is their synergy here is that a lot of them share similar abilities, so it means we can take them out and put them back on whenever we need to. Then to beat the boss in 30 seconds. I'm not sure we'll be able to do that, but we'll give it a try. And if we can't do it with this one, we'll do it with another party member. Yeah, that was us defeating the boss right there. But there's no way we were going to defeat the boss. Seeing that really long note happen. Did do good damage, like I saw, but again, the probably fun what we have to do there is we have to try and like pick a better point to. We'll have to do the one where it's like, hey, make it so that the boss can do stuff. Haste March, First Strike, Roll Guard, Escape, Spirits Hymn, Regen, Star Shell, and collect a card magnet. That was a good little thing there. I like that one. We weren't going to be able to do that right at this point. What we'd have to do in that case was, whenever we get access to the ones that immediately when a boss enemy appears, we'd have to do that one. Omnis Lacrima. Beat the boss of Deadeye, because I would judge a bit more harshly. So this one here, it's not that we can't do it, it's that we have to bring... we have to bring characters that have the boss enemy ability thing on, so it's like, hey, when the boss appears, we can just kill the, kill it like as fast as possible, because that really long note at the end is gonna make it more annoying. First strike and agility. First strike happens whenever the battle begins. Or escape. Royal Guard is only a gladiator. Reduces damage taken but reduces strength. I'd rather not have that, because a lot of the stuff isn't about surviving, it's more so about... regen is... better than cure. And escape you can replace with Spirit Hymn. Card Magnet increases how often collected cards appear in treasure chest drop enemies active until the end. And Star Shell it can be used with Prompto. Moderately lowers enemy defense and magic defense. This increases how often items appear in treasure chest. Means I should replace this with Collector Card Magnet because we want to have more collector cards, because that means that we have a higher chance of getting more boosts for other characters and stuff. Venom Attack Cheer. Lower enemy defense and magic defense. Then Cheer is... increases our strength by 20. You know, I think that's better to keep this. This one's easy to clear, because the next two should be easy to clear, because they are just, it's just complete the, clear with 60 HP, and then the other one is, so much goods or higher, I think it is. One's 80 or higher goods, which basically means just don't make too many mistakes. Your low damage in proportion to strength and have a chance to steal an item. I'd rather break enemy defense. Chakra is restores 15 and improves poison. I don't need that either. Too specific. It only has 3 enemies on. Oh, I remember this place from. I remember I remember watching a playthrough for this. I think this is the. I remember this area. I don't remember which summon you fight here, but fairly certain, like, this area there's. It's only plays when the song's half over, and it's like what happened last time. Like, it could be useful elsewhere, but I think for now it's not. From here, we have to just defeat the boss. think this is Dead Eye. I don't know how short off we were from beating it, but we probably could beat that considering we got to the end and we were there for lingering around for quite a while. Yeah, they're getting a lot of the same abilities. I think that's one thing I didn't like about the thing. A lot of the characters did feel like they were the same. Up for the challenge to defeat the boss by dealing slashing damage. This is always the more difficult ones where it's like, how do you make it so that slashing damage is what kills everything? Because like the only way to do that would be to have all of them have slashing damage for the boss potentially. Spirit up by 30. We already have that. Blind I don't need. Gravity. Put gravity in another region. This increases strength by 30. That's a better version of this. Because Cheer increases our strength by 20 until the end of the music stage. Activates 3 times. This is increases each party member's strength by 30, active until the end of the main stage. And it activates 1 time. Does that mean that Cheer activates 3 times? Or can activate 3 times. So it's like we can either basically for it to activate we need to reach a certain amount of triggers. This one here increases it by 30 and keeps it at that the whole time. And that might be better. Double fizz damage. I think we kind of are considered physical. I would consider what I'm looking at. It's kind of physical. Obviously, like we have better options. But see, I'm dropping inputs on this controller again. So now this is gonna be problematic because now we've got one controller's gonna have right analog stick we can't use. And now this one here, I'm noticing it's like every time I'm pushing the A button, sometimes it doesn't register that I'm pushing the A button. It's like 3 times. Oh, that was the boss. No, I know. Guess we did. Guess we defeated the boss at the end. I wasn't even paying. Didn't even realize that we got through the. I guess we got through the Tomberry almost immediately. Didn't even know. Break blade, brace, full cure, and broke scroll. I'm noticing we're getting a lot of those scrolls recently. So if I'll say D, fantastic, I clear that using items. So you can just the main theme, hit enemy weaknesses 3 or more times. Flying R, get 60% or higher rainbow critical jump. Okay, they're fighting Arden here. We can't use items in this. That means we can't use the, we can't use, the booster for... What I really love is enemy attribute resistance. Or good. Like, we can't, use the egg item, I should say. Interesting this is 9 thing, considering the weaknesses are physical. Then there's only like 3 lots of enemies, so maybe that's why, I don't know. Not allowed to use items. So down to our last golden growth egg. Got like 20 of the other ones. Every time we got to the thing here, I was thinking we at the start of the song, I kept thinking that it was the music from when you're in Beast's Castle in Kingdom Hearts 2, when you're just exploring around like normal. But Arden's. But Home Sweet Home, theme of episode, prompto, defeat the boss in 25 seconds. Oh, the boss enemy is a... This one might not be too bad, considering there's not a lot to beat. Somnus, earn 2 more treasure chests. Boss enemies have double HP. That just means you have to defeat certain enemies. And then the Dance of Silver and Crimson, defeat the boss Ifrit. I think, is this the ending music? I don't think it is, but it might be. I seem to remember you fight Ifrit near the end, and then Arden's like the final boss that you fight, if I remember. It's insane to hit 3 weaknesses. We don't have lightning weaknesses, but we do have other. See if what we're using currently will work. Or why this one's ranked so highly. Lost growth egg now. Maybe starting off really badly on this one, I don't know. This one, even though the other one, this one says hit enemy weaknesses 3 times, because we don't know what the weaknesses are of all the other enemies, it's hard to know, like, if we can get this naturally, because last time I thought we were doing the right thing, and it's like, oh, we hit the weaknesses before we even got to the boss, so... There's odd. We're gonna have to check and see what his weaknesses are, because I don't know, I don't think we met that at all. the end of Ignis's thing, I guess you fight Arden. Regard 3. Enemy weakness is 3 more times. We don't have any, like, none of the characters that we had here were against this, so I guess I can just try out, like, a completely new team. Probably do that right now, actually. We don't have anything that's good against, don't have any, like, Guard 3 is an aircraft created by Final Fantasy IX Sid that can also take to the seas. We can't do this one here. It's weak to electric and like those moves. Okay, we actually did defeat the boss with slashing damage. I didn't even realize I did that. This one here we have to defeat the boss. This one here we have to defeat the boss. Maybe it wasn't any of them. Maybe we were fine. This Arden one, I think we can do it. We should just swap to a team that uses electric moves instead. Vogue scroll, lowest defense raise. Let's see if I can swap to lightning. See who has lightning move. Well, actually, the only person we know who has lightning is lightning, isn't it? Yeah. Everyone else doesn't mention anything about using lightning attacks, which is unfortunate. This is 60 or higher rainbow criticals, so that means we need to get perfect, essentially. We also have no more golden egg items. We use them all. No big deal, because we're probably going to have to grind anyway. It just really matters. Like, if you can't get the quest done, you can't get the quest done. No big deal. Do get decent, we are getting decent level ups anyway from the. I don't know how far off we were from rainbow criticals there. Okay, let's have a look and see how far off we were, because obviously, it was 60, I think, that we needed, wasn't it? And 73 plus 35 plus 38 plus 8 plus 55, and then times that by 0.6. So we need 93 rainbow criticals. I could see that being possible. I think if it's 60. I'll have to check to see what it is. 60% or higher, so 93, and we got 70, like 90 something. That's doable, I think. I think it was our first attempt. Damage. I feel like I can get this. Attempt it again. I probably shouldn't have spent all those EXP items on the other things, but I don't know if it's gonna matter. We might be replaying. I don't think I'm getting this one. I thought it was easier than. Uh, this one's a bit of a weird one. That it's like defeat the boss within 25 seconds, considering the boss enemy is a enemy that we beat on the way. But then it's also weak to electric, which we don't have a lot of access to. See how we go. I'll have to just see what we're gonna do here. My analog stick playing up on this controller as well. There's a chance that that's doing something wrong as well. Did you not know? Try it again. The objective for this one again, I think it was beat the boss within 20 seconds or something like that. I think it was. taking a while to. Yeah, we're not getting this done in. Like, I think that was us defeating the boss, but that definitely wasn't in. Definitely wasn't in 20 seconds. That ending was bad because of getting distracted by the thing. I'm really like, considering we did get by. Beating that boss in 20 seconds. Gonna be interesting to see what they do with that, because how do we beat the boss in that time? That's secure. I'm wondering if we could. 25 seconds to beat the boss doesn't seem too out of the way. For me, anyway. It seems like what we could do is. Because we got fairly far through this mission. Probably just swap to someone else and then be able to do a ton of damage, maybe? Deal 3,350 damage. Summons deal double damage, okay. That would be useful. I haven't been checking my damage recently to see if we're doing more damage or not, but considering we can get summons out at least a couple of times. We were doing around 2,000 when we started, so to be 3350, but then I don't know how much the summons do themselves. Again, but a lot of the enemies here are all weak to electricity, which we only have lightning for, which isn't just not beneficial. And 2 more treasure chests. Boss enemies have double HP, and they're resistant to pretty much everything. Do this, and then we'll do this. We have extra chance to get certain things. Actually, I should have checked what levels they were. I can't remember what level we were at. I remember what level the characters were. Uh, 94. Don't remember if they had any, I've had any abilities. Weapon break. Below damage in proportion to user's strength and or attack power. You know what? Yeah. Damage is good. We want that. Summons do double damage. That's on the other one. We want to do about 3,350 damage. So I need to see how much damage we're doing with this current team. We're about to swap characters. Jimmy. There's something going wrong with the controller. There's something going on with the analog stick I'm noticing because it's pushing itself up for this one as well, which is, it sucks because there's no way to make it not happen. Definitely doing something. And see, the problem with the other one is like it always goes up. I can't. There's something I can do to control it. And then if this one's just doing the same now, then that's just as bad. I can't do it with the right analog one because it just doesn't feel natural to me. Somnus and Zack. 32 characters have reached level 99 now. We have to defeat Ifrit this time, but bosses have triple HP. So if it was hard enough, it wasn't hard enough with double HP. Now I've got triple. All right. Well, now everyone's max level, so it means I can pick whoever I want. In that case, let's see if we can do it with the most optimal teams. So triple HP, weak to Blizzard. So see if I can find some Blizzard-based characters. Can't see if we can't exploit the weakness. You have Ice Magic. Why is there so many, like, characters here that don't specify what they have? Alright, well, stuff that increases magic then. Don't have any. Wait, we have M Blizzard. I can put M Blizzard on. You can turn enemy attribute resistance into weakness. That would be useful because then that basically means that I can take the fire. That would work. Then I can make fire his weakness, and then we be able to. Be magic boosting as well. I wish I could, like, search via skills and be able to figure out, hey, which characters have access to, like, Blizzard or have access to such and such. Because that would actually be very useful, but we don't have that, unfortunately. Right, well, in that case, I need to have her have these other abilities on. They trigger more often. This multiplies magic ability damage. Lowers enemy attribute resistance. Yes, we can try this and see how it goes. I swap to Shiva. I'll see how if this can go well. It's got triple HP, which is the issue though. Gonna be a interesting. Like again, I have plenty of characters that inflict fire damage. I don't have any characters that inflict water. I have like one character that inflicts lightning and one character that inflicts blizzard, and then a few of them that inflict wind. But I'll need to change the outfit. You get at least you get Ifrit early. Do like 600 damage. think that's because it was weak to things. So. Okay. Not as hard as what I was expecting, because yeah, so this is where I remember this fight at the end. This is where you fight Ifrit at the end, and then like I think Arden's after it or before it. That was actually a really fun fight, really fun little song there to actually play. A lot of stuff going on, and you're actually able to do it. Summons deal double damage, and I feel like we're fighting Ifrit again, so we may as well keep to this thing because it worked the last time. I didn't see how much damage we did, so I should have probably paid attention to that. But it seems like a good set of things to keep with. I was supposed to be paying attention to how much damage we were doing. But summons do double damage, so I was supposed to. Mistakes. I was supposed to. I started pushing the arrows instead. Okay, we actually easily got the damage one. You know what? This might be actually a good team to use for some other stuff. Considering it's doing the amount of damage that it is. I'll have to see that how much, because we've only summoned Shiva out once or twice, I think. I'll be able to use this for the... I don't know how much summon damage we did, but it's not accurate because it does double damage. That's the thing. $6,000. Now, not all of that can be the thing, so I'm thinking that I can go back and get some of those other... Mention about how it... Summon damage bonus, it just says 6. That doesn't mention how much damage it did. I'm thinking this team might be good for... This team might be good for going and doing some of those summon ones that we missed out on earlier. The 30 dropped Summon Stone. The bosses have triple HP, but the last time they had triple HP, we were over here, and it was Ifrit. And so, obviously, Arden's much harder to defeat than Ifrit is, because there's no weaknesses here, so we can't exploit that, but see how it goes. Because this worked, I think we should keep with Shiva, just to see, this is what worked against last time. I don't know if there's anything else that I missed might work with this combination. We might just try those. Just defeat the boss within 30 seconds, but that's weak to... I mean, it's worth a shot, because we were defeating... We did defeat Ifrit fairly quickly. Like, again, I may as well just give this team a shot. See if it works. This is double physical damage, so... Give it a shot with this team, because I'm impressed with the results. If this works, I could do a modified version of this, but with different magics, and then that would, that could also make a difference, because, worth a shot. Just doing that 156. We didn't get what we wanted there. We did get a perfect chain. Slightly the same score. So 5,000 damage. So we can definitely meet some of those damage requirements with this team. So that's the enemy there. Gabranth. I've seen I've seen PlayStation avatars that have this on here, so I'm not sure what game Gabranth is. We didn't beat the boss in 30 seconds, but what to try to see if that would work. Again, I think we can beat the bosses. We just need to get to them. We've proven that we can beat them. I better replay a bunch of missions with this team just to see. There's the accidentally I think we found a team that can carry us through some of the options here. At least for a little bit. Like obviously I'm gonna use the other characters when I have a chance, because it's gonna increase out, like, I wanna level up as many characters as we can. Mine increases. This shield is 10, and the one we're using right now is 20 and 20. Enemy weaknesses through mortality. Can't do that right now. We don't have lightning. Beat the boss within 25 seconds. Give this This one might be a little bit easier because it's certain. These bosses probably don't have as much health. The issue here is that they resist Blizzard. This one here is harder because we can't use Shiva. These the field music stages. I don't think you can use summons, but in the battle ones you can. This one here, I'm not really sure. We're gonna have to change. Obviously, we have to change something for this. It's a field music stage, so we don't get access to Shiva. Now we've got Prompto and Ifrit buffs as well. Okay, so this one here we obviously aren't gonna well, this one here we're gonna attempt with this team. There's no resistances, but there's also no weaknesses, so we could be good with this. So this one has triple HP, but so did Arden. So did Ifrit, but he also had weaknesses as well. So and probably like. least we're getting into the Arden fight early again, so we probably have the same chance to be able to... Uh-oh. Okay. Even halfway through the song yet. Now, granted, he has triple HP, so there's a chance we could just not even beat him, but... Like... There we go, we beat him. What a really good song, like, to play. This, like... Not saying that this song is... great or anything, but the actual, like... having to, like, put this... like, doing all the inputs and stuff like that, I think this is a really good, a really fair song, I should say. Still not over. We're back to Arden again. Doubt we're gonna be able to beat him the second time. Oh, we're nearly dead. I just realized I looked at my health bar here. At least I don't want to die, like, I don't want to lose all my health just because of, we're right at the end here. But that was a really, really good song. I like doing that. We nearly died, but, we also did hit a lot of the notes. Furion and Leviathan as well. Because remember, all the cards that we keep getting, the collector cards, they buff, like, if we get the enemy ones, we can do more damage to the enemies. If we get the summon ones, it buffs our summons. If we get the other ones, they buff things as well. Got 2 more songs to go. Main theme from Final Fantasy, Clear with the Perfect Chain. Yeah, this seems to be working so far, so I feel like using it is good. Like, this one we have to do a perfect chain, so it doesn't matter which team we use. Like, at the moment, I'm just trying to get to the next... Like, once we finish the thing here, it's like we've already tried everything with this one team, so... at that point, we'll just go and, we can then move into the next one and go back and retread some tracks. Try this team. Hang on a second, I'm gonna... We'll redo this song again. Alright, we were supposed to do a perfect chain here. I actually wasn't even paying attention. I should have been paying attention. For some reason, we did miss one note. Okay, so that means I will go back and do this one. We're gonna do this one again because I wasn't really paying attention. Like, we made one mistake. Not difficult. I did it again. I was looking too far ahead. Oh, I accidentally pushed. I was supposed to hold it there. I didn't hold it. Right. Don't know what happened. I was supposed to hold it. You know, that was heading towards it actually. I don't know why. I was supposed to hold it there. I decided to push for some reason. I don't know why I did that. I'm almost at the end as well. Hold this time. Last time he didn't hold at the right at this. There we go. That should be perfect, Shane. Cloud of Darkness, CG. Be with Noctis, you know. Yeah, well, we can go and do that. That's not a hard, not a hard one to do. We just have to replace someone. I don't know which character, but yeah. Uh, who does the least out of these? You're just doing purely Blizzard. You're doing Blizzard plus Fire. Uh, kind of are all doing stuff. It also depends on what Noctis actually does, like what Noctis adds to the team. Noctis might add, doesn't add anything. But it's like, what can I take away? Blizzard for everything. I should have kept in the other one. The... When was it? So you got Blizzard constantly, you've got Fire thing constantly, so this would be Graviga, increase Magic and Tornado. This was an Arrow, which increases itself. And, you know, I think we replaced you with Noctis then, I guess. Just here. Doesn't really matter, but... This is the last song of this one. Then we can go and try out that new team with, try the new team out. Try the new team out with, like, in some of those other sections. Still the way of the Malboro there. At least it's not as devastating as the other ones. Malboros in the other games usually make it so that you, like, every status ailment gets inflicted on you. Oh, Final Fantasy 15 completed. So now we'll take Noctis out and we'll put in the other character, and then we'll try some of those other missions that we did before. I feel like we can match them for damage and stuff now. Let's give it a shot. So Apocalypsis, Noctis, and Arani. Okay, we didn't get Arden. I thought we were going to get Arden as a playable character, but we didn't. That would have been interesting if they did that. Alright, replace Noctis with... Arania. This mercenary captain specializes in physical abilities and afflicts status ailments. HP 121, Strength of 22, Magic of 5, Spirit of 14, Agility of 13, Luck of 10. I think I had... Character was it? I think. Let's go back and see if there's any of the things that we can try and get now. Defeat the boss within 20 seconds. We're not going to be able to do it with this one because it does half physical damage and it's resistant. So it's not going to be this team. This is fit for 400 or more. We're not going to be able to do that. Defeat the boss by dealing ice damage. This one could be possible because we are focusing. We do have a lot of ice damage moves. Give this one a shot. It's not perfect, but I do have ice moves that are doing damage. It's a bit difficult to determine whether we have we're going to get an ice like move to hit, but this is a better chance than ever all the other times. We have in Blizzard and Shiva. I sort of just realized that this one was... we don't have Shiva with us. One short. Okay, that killed it. Never mind, we actually did it. This is 600 damage right there. That was the end. Okay, we actually did it. That would have been a that would have also been a thing as well if I. It was almost a perfect Galia type F. You know what? We'll do that one again because we haven't got a perfect. I could have got a perfect chain on that one actually. the thing to consider is that if I slightly change this up, we can have this be done for fire, for wind, and for lightning. That definitely will work as well. So this would work if I slightly change it up for. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we can swap some of these out and replace them with fire people instead, and it would still also probably work. Finish the boss within 20 seconds. Yeah, I don't think we're beating the boss in 20 seconds. These ones are. Like, we might be able to beat Sephiroth because it says we just have to beat him, not thing, so we can at least give it a shot. Let's see if this one is, like, this is weak to fire. Okay. This one here is weak to fire. So if I swap fire with some of these, I might be able to, like, we have fire here, got end fire. And this multiplies that. And, like, is this doing anything for... Like, we can give this a shot, even though Blizzard's not good, but it's like I can give this a slight shot to see if it works, and if it doesn't, then, yeah, so, like, fire and fire... But then that's the thing, if I have fire and fire, I need to have, like, a character that replaces these blizzards, so that's what we can replace. Okay, before I change anything, I should do a separate loadout. Yeah, we'll do that. Set one will be this. So, Lena, which ones we change here? We need Lena. It's Lena, Hope. Was it Sid and then thing 2? Okay, so if I change this from in Blizzard to end Fire, then I swap Lena out for someone who uses Fire as an ability. Say... Use a number of fire attacks, it says. Like, he uses only one, his is more attack-based, physical-based, so I want a magic type, fire-based user. This one here. And then if I put, like, fire, put fire and fire on, all will hit everything. Fire and fire will, actually no, we'll put Firaga on. That's all. Fire and Firaga on all with and fire on it, and then like these two characters here shouldn't matter because they're buffing each other and also doing other things. So we'll see how this goes, and then if I change this to Phoenix with a damage trigger damage dealt up by 10%. Summon damage dealt up by 20. Burst gauge recovery rate. is try this one. Repentance Royal Creature be cool. Okay, so we have Vincent set to fire, all with everything happening. We have you set to fire to basically do a bunch of stuff with fire, and then magic duplication, and all the rest of these characters can go and do whatever they're doing. So let's go and see how this does. Now these are weak to... These enemies are weak to fire, apparently, so let's just take advantage of it and see how it works. See if it makes any difference or not. Guess I should also say that the on Twitch all these were saved from not being there we go. So this definitely does work. This is definitely doing a lot of work here. It's really doing a lot. That's really nice. So it's essentially just keep the other three that we have, swap out the first character, and then just change whatever element. Time being, at least. Meltdown scroll. Obviously, it'll change depending. Changes as we go. At least for certain ones. Countdown scroll is deals damage in proportion to uses magic levels of enemy magic defense. Okay, so pretty much it's just a change up the summon, change up the person that you use, and then so that's like for fire. And then we can do one for lightning and one for wind, but we don't have the resources for that quite yet. We don't have any a lot of lightning users. This one defeat the boss in 30 seconds. We'll do Blizzard first just to see how that does. Summons do half damage, that's fine, but if our main damage is coming from these other things. I don't think we were going to do. We can probably beat Sephiroth, though. I'm thinking that we can beat Sephiroth. Have a look. This one here is beating it in 30 seconds, but we reached Sephiroth the first time we played. That's another thing to consider. We did reach Sephiroth, like, beating this in 30 seconds is meant to be difficult. We need a better team than just what we have. Deal 350 or more summon damage to one enemy. We can't do that yet. This one we might be able to do. Be able to do it. See if we can get to the end. Can't, then obviously that's all good. Like, some of these we're going to require, like, the ones with the summons, we're going to require ones that increase summon gauge things so we can get to the massive. Like, summons doing half damage is fine. It's not a big deal because we're doing a lot of damage with everyone else. This will be the last song we do for today. And we'll, See, we've only just reached him now. Hey, he's doing supernova on us. No way were we beating him, no. No way were we doing that. It's like, even with the team that we had, like, he also just inflicted silence on us as well, so that's also gonna affect things. Alright, so obviously today we ended up finishing Final Fantasy 14 off, and then we also finished off Final Fantasy 15. We finally found a look that we're trying to use for the time being, and it seems to be working out for a little bit. We have another key that we can use, which we will be using on Final Fantasy 10-2. We'll be doing 10-2 next. Okay, I'm looking forward to doing this one. This one's a much shorter one because there's 6 stages, but I really enjoy 10-2. So that'll be our next one. But of course, before we do that, we're going to go back and see if we can try and get some of these other ones done using this new setup. And if that doesn't work, then we'll go and do this one. So we can probably do... Our party will be Riku, Pain, Yuna, and... Aranian. Or, actually no, we still got these guys. Wait a second, did I just completely... I completely forgot about these characters. I should have been using them instead of using... I was like, why am I doing... These characters should have been getting leveled up. I just completely forgot about these. I should have been doing that. So, I don't know how long I've been not using them. I just realized that I have these characters that I still got to use. The levels, I could have been doing that for... Instead of trying to do the other thing. I guess what we can do next time is we can go back and try the... Do the ones that we've just done with these characters, and then we'll continue with the rest of them and see what else there is there, because that's what we have. I don't even remember which one we started using these other characters on. But we finished 15, finished 14, and then things. So I'm gonna have to check that now. I don't think it was that many. This one we did with thing. This one we did. So that's 2. Arden's one we did with the thing. This one we did with the thing. I think it was like... I think it was from like this one onwards. So we got 3 or 4 of them to replay with the characters that we need to do. That's really all that it is. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. It's fine. Just to get Seth on that, and then a little bit of a level up, and then we'll go and move into the next one. I just realized this now, and then at that point we'd go back. We've got to go back and finish what's. We'll go back and check to see what some of the other ones are, and see what else is. But it's not that big of a deal. Some of them only have 1 character to unlock. Some of them have no characters that unlock. So yeah, I just realized that now that I made a mistake. So it's like, because I want to make sure I level up every character as best as we can. So we'll go ahead and do that. It's no big a deal. Like content that we can do for this. But yeah, that should be a good point to end things for today. So, with all that being said, be sure to like, comment, subscribe. Every like, comment, subscription for this video gets me notification. Some of my content feels more accessible needs to find. For my past Plat reacts as well as Let's Plays and Let's Push your channel, including 5x6, Sifu, Quarry, Result 3 Remake, Octopus Traveler, Lego Skywalker Saga, Gotta Quest Scorpion Union, Cuphead, Stray, Marvel's Avengers, Like a Photo Devil Me, Days Gone, Result 3 Remake, Soul Shot Phone, or Like a 4 Remake, 5, Twilight Shady, Pokemon Scarlet, Result 6, Result 2, Biohazard, Login Scroll, maybe 5 Forever, Sponsored Criminals, Shake, Hogwarts Legacy, Fits on Remnants, Assassin's Mirage, Violet, 5 Hatsuka, Village, Super Mario RPG Remake, Black Eyes Raincoat, Cribbage from Dreamland Deluxe, as well as this game. I'm working on a passing for games with the Platinum Trophy for, as well as these obstacle for games on the Switch. more trying to speedruns in the future as well as more I'll throw like Odera speedruns and more about the Nuzlocke as we get closer to any more of those as well. I put everything to my YouTube channel because I have a 7-day limitation on my videos before they're permanently deleted, and I want there to be a separate place to put my content if they wish to do so, and you'll also get a notification when I go live if you're watching on YouTube. Follow me on Twitch at 100 followers. I'll be doing a live speedrun, which affiliate, which means a much session as well. Make a bunch of subscriber emotes and incentives to support me in the channel going forward in the future. Also get an extra 7 days to upload my videos permanently live as well, and you'll also get a notification when I go live on. Well. Follow me on Twitch when I go live, which I'm on Discord. I will send you the pledge for those members to growing strong gamers to discuss as well. I'm very active there, and you'll also get a notification when I go live from that. Well, if you want to create my stream overlay to use my future content forward, you can find a link down below for that as well. So with all that being said, have a good day night, wherever you are, and I will see you all later.